What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Or what is it? November. I almost said September. November the 6th. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Let's get fired up here this morning. A wild overnight session for me, but ready to get after it this morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Let me make sure and get this sent out everywhere. We're live. We are selling off a little bit into the open. A little bit of news here and there. Check my some of my overnight options positions, all that good stuff. Hope everyone's doing well though. We are still pulling in a little bit, and I still have these areas of interest here on NQ. I guess we technically have a gap to fill. A lot of me are rolling in here. Yeah, let me get this, make sure and get this sent out everywhere. Yeah, a little selling into the open. Probably a bounce. Maybe a little bounce ski here. Vladimir, how are you this morning? I see several of you tracking in here on this Thursday. I've got my coffee ready. I've got my news flow up. I've got my charts up. I've got my broker up. I've got everything up. I'm ready to see what today brings. This is gonna be exciting. This saga of the air traffic controllers and the government shutdown and stuff. What happens there? Also, there was some post just a little bit ago. Let me look at something here. A couple interesting things going on. I'll make sure to get you guys all the news updates, all that stuff. I did see Nancy retired, the greatest trader of our generation. Disney dropped Penn Entertainment. They're going with DraftKings now. There were some other headlines. Let me go over to Fast Stock Market News. Yeah, Vladimir. I shorted the open yesterday. I shorted this pop here, so I got in more and more here. I took it down to the pivot point, got out, and then it looks like we revisited a little W. W broke out, and then news just created us. What's up, everyone? All right. Let's take this down to 545, 543. You telling me to look for a long, KB? I'm looking for a long down lower. I'd be more interested in a long down here. Really from like the 80s to the 40s, and at worst case like around this 500. If we lose this area, I think we go test this. Where's NDX? But we do have a gap above us to go fill if you want to look for longs. But if we take out this, low from yesterday, I'll be shooting for this gap fill. But if we hold in this area, at least come back up here and close this. What's up, Frazi? How's everyone doing? I gotta get this tweeted out. I was looking at Fast Stock Market News here for a second. Duolingo shares got absolutely smoked. Is Boeing flying? No, it's not really. Okay. There was another headline around TerraSwap. I didn't see it. I gotta get this tweeted out. Where's my link? What are you guys looking at trading? KB, are you looking at bounce? Engulfing? Yeah. It's always weird looking at those engulfing candles when it's like overnight versus like during the day. Let me get this sent out here. Let me get this sent out, guys. Letting the dust settle here. All right. If you guys are on X, let people know where we're at, where you're hanging out this morning here with me. I appreciate all of you tuning in. Let's see what's going on. I'll tell you what, I want to be bullish, but I am not bullish. Here's our daily look. What? Under the 9 on the daily. Well, we came down, we tested down, went up, rejected. Now do we come back down? I don't know. I think we're gonna come back down though. Kind of looks like this is happening. A little 3 bar at a time. 3 bars here, 3 bars here. We get 3 bars here. But we did just fall 200 points right into the open. So a little long bounce can make some sense too. I don't know. I think this could get ugly. But we're here for it either way. The great thing? Making money in both directions. Make sure my news stuff is up over here and running. Yeah, 580, 570. Wow. Kind of looks like that, KB. Kind of a little look above and fell, or a back test. Yeah, bring it lower so we can long. I mean, if it comes down and holds like this consolidation, this area down here around 500, if it comes down and holds here, I don't hate the long. I think it's going to lose this and come down here, though, until we get good news on the government shutdown. Doesn't have to, but that just seems like the trajectory. There's one little volume node here at 540. I see this volume node. And this looks like ugly. It's a lower, I mean, on the bigger picture here, this is a lower high. This is another lower high. We pushed up into here. We're playing out this. So, I mean, the question is, do you do like this? Oracle just filled my gap. Okay. I'm in the middle of like 3 things over here, getting ready for this day. All right, see more and more of you. Oracle, I had this gap fill alert here. All right, Oracle is going to be on a high watch for me. There's a 1,000 lot on NQ. You got KB, you got Bookmap? I don't know how many of you guys run Bookmap. There's a 1,000 lot sitting at 580 on the dot. Have it. All right, I'm gonna leave that right there. But we hit 586. The relief bounce makes sense. I really want to look at this Oracle. All right, I'm gonna buy some Oracle right there. Just take a little nibble on the equity. Yeah, that's why I went instead of options or anything. I just went with equity there. DraftKings had that news this morning. I'm kind of watching this. DraftKings absolutely brutalized, but it's on an interesting spot. Now they're partnering with ESPN off of this. I really want to take some like DraftKings like leaps or something. Do they have earnings today? Yeah. This is a big spot for DraftKings. See if there's any flow on DraftKings. There's a nice little bounce in the futures. That 580 area. That's the problem, is this your back test of last night's kind of lows. It's your back test. I think you need I think you need to like relief a little bit like this. Just because you've done this, I don't want to. Yeah, I saw what you said. Yeah, 241. 241. Let me check and see if there's any flow on DraftKings here. And Oracle. We'll see what the what's in play looks like here in a second as well. You guys know on the edgeful side of things, like that first hour of data is where it's just my bread and butter. Check out our friends at Unusual Flow. What are they hitting here? Those are shorter term. $40 calls. $30 calls. Interesting. There is some flow there. What's up, my friend? Yeah, maybe wait for a higher low. Maybe wait for this. I don't know. I'm not ready to long this. Oh, it's got to be news. That was quick. That has to be news, right? There's Frank. Frankie's short 58. Walmart getting crushed. Well, that's not what I want to hear. Did that 1,000 lot order fill? Did he pull it? He pulled it, didn't he? That 1,000 lot guy disappeared, didn't he? Boy, SPX could be in trouble. Frank sent you an invite if you want to join me over here. I didn't see any news. Boy, I wish I would have got short on that back test of the 9. Goodness gracious. I said it could possibly just be the back test. We do have a gap fill on SPX. We don't on NDX. I need to sell some. I've got some puts going in the money here that I gotta get rid of. All right, let me get out of these, and I'll just leave SPY. All right. Well, DraftKings $40 calls for January. I think I'm just gonna put a little starter on that. Boy, we were drilling hard without me. All right, see if we can find a trade here now. Let me catch up with the chat. I see all you guys. Yeah, Walmart. This the SNAP benefits. The longer that goes on, the more that's a hit to their bottom line. So they're just waiting on the government shutdown to end. 4-hour gap fill. There you go, Tommy. That's exactly where I think you could try to bounce this. That's a tough call. It's tough to buy this falling knife right now. I don't necessarily love it. Where's SPY? Because I have SPY puts that I bought up here yesterday. This looks kind of ugly, guys and gals. Yeah, maybe a sweep of that, Brett. So the New York session, yeah, it's like right here. A sweep of that maybe, or a wick down below that. But if you break that previous day's low, well, your statistics start to get more and more bearish, which they're already not looking good here first hour. Almost forgot my coffee. Whoa, slide back. But you have to look at this and say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute candles in a row that are getting increasingly bigger. You should get some kind of relief bounce soon. I never saw any news, didn't hear any news. But I really wanted to, dude, Hood, what is Hood doing? God, Hood, good, pretty good earnings. They were down. Their crypto numbers were actually down. That was the only thing negative I saw on that. But high expectations, a lot of froth in that stock. It makes sense. I still really love Hood, but it's an expensive stock right now. It's just really expensive. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Tommy, I'm with you. It's not giving the bounce that I really want either, you know? Hit those QQQ puts. Yeah, I just closed out my QQQ puts. I left some SPY ones. Apple's the only thing pushing up right now. I think we're going down here to the 20-day, guys. This looks bad. Really bad. But this 20 days, the back test of the consolidation. I mean, really, you could draw a zone from here and here. And look, your volume shelf is down there too. So like this area is interesting, but that's kind of your target. This is super weak. Hood is getting absolutely destroyed. Nvidia took out yesterday's low completely. Goodness gracious. There goes yesterday's low. This, I need to adjust this. This is actually 10 points longer. Like the SPX 6750 area needs to hold. This, holy shit, we're accelerating. Yeah, so this is it. This area on SPX right here is what needs to hold. Where's SPX? We're down 1% on NASDAQ. Look at that. We took out yesterday. So we should bounce somewhere and come back and back test. SPX probably must have finished filling that gap though, down to 739. NQ is probably headed to test that. I mean, I'm sorry, NDX is probably headed to test that next gap we have. Goodness gracious. This could get really ugly today. I just want to see what previous session low. So 73 points lower and basically 260. Yeah, so that lines up about right there. 413, call it 413, 410, and then 220. I'm gonna put a line down here on 220. Boy, I wish I was in the short. Goodness gracious, at least I'm in the options. There's the test of, like right here, see if ES bounces right here. I'm not catching this knife just yet, but I'm getting very interested in playing a bounce here. I can take a starter, very small starter. All right. All right. Took a starter along 444 right here. Might be a little early, but if this can hold here, we'll see. But I went really, really light here. Where's my NQ chart? There we go. 488. I need a trim. Can't even see where this is. First trim right here, previous day's low. $5.10. I'll take another one off. I think we're going to get a nice little relief bounce here. Take your profit if you want it. I averaged down at 438. I bought a little bit once this started bouncing. So I've got to trim a little bit quicker. Come on. How many points is that going to be? About 50 points. Come on, bounce a little bit harder. Get that previous session low. This is pretty wild, but I'm looking for a little relief bounce here. You drop 400 points in a few hours. The relief bounce is probably to reshort. Oh. Come on, bounce. I think it can go down here one more time and still bounce, but I'm going to sit in this. Come on, fill me at 88. Fill me at 88. Come on. Right here. Fill me right here. Oh, touched it. Come on, give me the fill. There it is. 50-point gain. I'm out more than half there. Counter trend trade, guys. Counter trend trade. You have to be careful. I left the next order at 509. And really, I need to leave one at 544. Beautiful trade, though. It stops all the way to break even. It could be a reshort right off yesterday's low. Look, it's rejecting both. There we go. I'm flat. That'll work. That'll work. Wow. Okay. I don't want to reshort it here. I don't want to relog it here. I played what I wanted to. So what I think could happen, I think it could still wick down here and still come back up to here. But I was able to take 50-point gain and get out more than half, like 2/3 of it, and then break it, stop even, or break even stop loss, whatever the word is there. Forbes, that could have been the reshort zone. You see the immediate reaction. Look at both of these. So that's why I have them both on screen, right? Look at both of these. Previous session's low. Session low means it's New York session, right? So it's not like previous session low, but on, it's not like for futures, it's not like overnight lows or anything. It's New York session, which I think is way more important. Previous session low, just backtest and failed. And if you can see on SPY, that's exactly what happened. We go to a 5-minute, you can see it. Exactly what happened on SPY. Exactly what happened on QQQ. And this is an aggressive, immediate reshort. That tells me that this thing could go much, much lower today. That was an aggressive reshort that people just came in on the previous day's low there. Previous session low. Wow. All right. So I still think you could get a little bounce back up to here. The MA9s are the MA9 is still very extended. You see how many 15-minute? We need a 15-minute, so we need like a reset candle like this. But that is very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. SPY's on the 20-day simple. All right, I'm gonna close all my puts that I added yesterday. So I'm conflicted here. I do think we can probably go lower, but I also think we could bounce a little bit. Frankie.
Hey, I'm short at mid 80, covered at 40. I'm kind of sitting.
I bought a little bit here, 430 or 444, 438, 430, and blew them back out at yesterday's low.
There's a beautiful chart going into earnings.
So I don't know. We're super extended for regularly the 15-minute. I think we get a green candle here, and then you reshort the next one probably.
Yeah.
510.
Look at where
SPX looks like it's got that gap at 67.38.
Yeah, I think that's gonna fill today. We are at the whole number 67.50, and if you look, we're at the 20-day. We just wicked off the 20-day right there at 751.
Yesterday, and
So I keep that on our radar. Apple's getting a god candle right now.
If you look at Datadog's weekly chart, it is absolutely gorgeous. The little morning star reversal that was off the back test there as well.
Yeah, I could have held that loan. I knew it would probably wick one more time down and then push up.
I'm on Walmart, and I've been short XYZ. So.
Frank, what are you seeing here? A little relief bounce, maybe a little bit higher. Be patient, wait on it to roll, and then
I'm gonna let it come to me. I think that we probably bounce a little here. That was pretty big drop.
I just closed out the rest of my puts.
Yeah, Trump is speaking at 11 on the weight loss drugs too.
Oh, Apple stick. Is there a Kalshi on if he's gonna call it a fat shot again?
Probably. You know, the fat shot, gotta get rid of it.
All right, I got out of all those puts that I had yesterday, Frank.
Nice.
I'm taking a little swing on DraftKings, the ESPN partnership. It's going into earnings. It's a complete lotto. I went out to January, but just like it's beaten up to hell going into earnings, and they announced the partnership with ESPN. Somebody in my chat said Walmart was getting oh, it hit $100.
Okay, rejecting 25,500 right there.
Yeah, I could have stayed long probably.
I don't know.
Well, my plan was to get back to its 30-minute orb low. This 510 is the gap from the other day.
Yeah.
Have it marked like the bottom of that gap all the way back to when we first started breaking out.
Broadcom is reclaiming VWAP here as well. Daly's pretty interesting if it does come.
Damn, I had that low basically cherry picked for this bounce to 510, but I didn't stay in it.
It's a game of inches, huh? Game of centimeters.
Yeah, well, I even said, I think right before you joined, I even said this probably comes back down, makes a marginally lower low, and then bounces. I should have just got back in.
And previous day low.
Yeah, that would have been 510. 544.
Then KC, your full core IWM and bullish oscillator divergence really was the bottom there. Dude, it really was.
Okay, we just hit the 90 MA on the 5-minute and the 21 on the 2-minute. Let's see if we can get above 520 here. That would be a break.
This 15 minutes going to engulf.
520 in NQ. If not, we reject under 500 and could push lower to that 380.
Oh, Frank, I saw those red 15-minute candles.
I didn't really see any news.
There wasn't really any.
Okay. This is getting a little. Look at this 30-minute candle right now, and I don't know if that one.
Items. Nice little reversal. Coming into some resistance here around like 243.60.
Dang it, my phone crashed and I missed that bottom.
Oh no.
Dadgummit.
Whatever, man.
Whatever.
The 30 minutes going to be a big old hammer, Frank.
25k and a half if you repress I take the long of the holds.
The statistics are going to tell me we take out that low, though.
Yeah.
You guys always put credits.
545, 570. I'm going to have to be really patient on the reshort. It may be all the way up here, 600.
That's what I said.
That's my girl.
Stay high break right there.
Dadgummit. This is the 100-point trade I literally laid out and
They broke
I stopped myself out of it. I should have just left the original risk down here because
I just need a video to turn around.
it's funny when you say something and you don't follow it as a trader. Marginally lower low and rip back up.
And they take and close.
It's all right.
Fail.
They say
Sorry.
they say it's the thought that counts. I didn't even get that. It's a 100-point trade I left on the table, but I got 50, so can't be upset.
The field.
Been seeing the field pretty good lately, Frank.
Have not had an overextended tick all morning. Internals are still both positive above this red line.
My inclination is to reshort this right here, but it's probably gonna pop harder. It's probably gonna pop harder on what you hit 6,800 on ES right there.
The what?
The field.
Did you say
I said Mahusiv. Massive range. Very British saying. Anyway, I don't know my fellow Brits. You know what
Stop
I'm
field. Stop field.
Stop.
Oh my god, look at that 5-minute candle on RTY.
Don't look.
Apple is screaming to the upside. IWM is a huge bounce here. Is this the 21? No, this is VWAP. Okay, VWAP on QQQ 544. This was my full target for my long.
Dude, I commented back on that dude yesterday. I took a screenshot of the chart and I told him to suck my balls. He didn't respond though.
I have no idea what the drama is, but yeah, I'll stay
So
out of it.
there's some troll on X who
Which
just
one?
likes Jay Tesla.
Oh god.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Trolls on it. Can't believe it. He's a fucking idiot.
I'm gonna wait, Frank. This is.
Third candle.
Yeah, that's the other thing I said. It needs. You probably have to wait for this next 15-minute candle to put in an upper wick, maybe to 570, 580. That was kind of yesterday's. It could be in the 550s.
Spy here on Spy for the 3.
Could be right here.
Yeah.
It's a tough call.
Field.
Starter. If it gets above that last high, I'll cover it.
You got ES 80. You got 6,800 here, but you could hit VWAP and the 21. It's also midpoint at 805. Yeah, Frozzy wants to reach.
The
Yeah,
field.
does his own thing.
The field.
Pull up the whole
It's sitting right back on top of the 9.
Seriously, what the heck, Apple? Still going.
Apple's ripping. It's almost up a
300.
percent.
That's $5 from all-time high right now.
Yeah, squeezing the shorts trap now.
I bought some Oracle, Frank, on the gap fill.
They're
It's
playing
just
a
some
hard
equity.
eyeball game, I can tell you that.
Come on, drop it here. I'm short.
Yeah, you get Siri with what's that?
2
With
lots.
Gemini, and all of a sudden,
Come on.
useful.
The field. The field.
I would say I think the upgrades have been pretty big. I think in part due to that front facing.
You probably go what? Touch that previous day low. Probably back test at least 488 here.
What's wild is the extended hours all-time high on Apple is like 285.
That 30 minutes gonna be a big old hammer though. I clicked on 45.
Come on.
2 minutes left. This 30-minute. Yeah, I think you're gonna get it ranked 488,
Drop it.
maybe 490.
Drop it.
Field.
Just a little cover. Drop it.
Nice projection on SPY. On VWAP. Who killed Celsius? That sounds 23% right now. Is it really?
On the day?
That's
Wow,
more-
Celsius got smoked on earnings. I didn't even look at it. They had earnings this morning.
Oh wow, they missed EPS by a lot.
Yeah.
They were estimated 27 cents. They came in at negative 27
Yeah,
cents.
I don't hate the short right here, but I just don't feel good about it. If that makes sense.
I covered some.
That is definitely a big
Yeah,
Swiped down my brokerage and run myself. Welcome back.
I'm gonna wait another few minutes here.
You put water and drugs in a can. Like, how do you lose money? Not a point.
Patience. I'll make it stop.
Yeah.
There we go. Come on.
So far, good action.
Field.
I think you get the back test this previous session though. I really do.
break under 500. Could easily get down there.
I covered more than half.
30-minute SPX.
I think you're gonna get a shoot down to 488, and you see what it's made out of. Right here.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Shoot it down. And this looks like a strong trend rejecting the 9,
Break under 46, we dip down.
but it fell so hard.
to 450s again.
There you go, Frank. There's previous session low.
Oh, I didn't get
Right
it.
there.
I was at 85.
Dude, 88 to the tick. Boy, I called that one.
After close
The field.
today is
Oh, no, I'm not buying it though.
shareholder.
I gotta see a lot more to do anything different here.
So that's if you're swinging that, that's a pretty big risk, and I'm sure the premium's priced in there. You said for Tesla? Yep. It starts at market close. Central time is market close, right?
Yes, because that's 4 Eastern. Yep.
Okay. Yep. That starts at market close.
XYZ.
All right, we did get that first hour of the market. Everything in the world's bearish.
Walmart pushing for the 5-minute 21.
It's a tough call. If it gets back below like 470s, you have to shoot for lows. There is way too much on this chart right now, but whatever.
All right.
All
Still weak here. All right.
That's gonna be my thoughts, Frank. Lose previous session low, and we go take the low out.
BK.
So lose 488, we go take the low. Probably get in it right here.
Rug.
Risk like 515.
There you go.
Try to take it like 360. 388. That's your spot.
Bing bong.
There you go.
What's this level right here? 388, 381, and 360. So we put a trim right at 400, right at 388, and then see if your last runners can go to 360.
Oh, there you go. Fat red candle XYZ.
There we go, Frankie. Rugged.
Rugged. Oh, exactly.
Nice rejection.
You should take out this low.
Oh, XYZ, you better chill. You're gonna make me trim.
Gotta watch the SPX level though. That's the only thing I'm worried about. Don't even come back to backtouch. Just go.
Freaking SPX puts just.
NVIDIA new low. NVIDIA's drilling. Okay, there we go. I feel much better about this. Google gonna go new low. Netflix is pumping for some reason. That's strange. Amazon made a new low.
SPX contracts, 250.
Meta's drilling new low. Tesla. AMD, huge volume candle to the downside. Apple's the only thing holding us up, really. Maybe Netflix. Yeah, Tommy, I saw that. But yeah, we should take out these lows. I mean, that's... If you pop back up here to like... If you pop back up here, I would hammer it. I would try it. I really would.
Right underneath.
I think it's just going to go straight there.
Just need another fat red candle to come in right here. Break this low and should trigger the.
I want them to just go straight to like 380s right here. Don't bounce. Touch it. Where's SPX? I mean, wouldn't you be de-risking ahead of this tariff Supreme Court decision that's really been controlling the entire market for 6 months, 8 months?
There you go. Come on. Bring it down.
Here we go. Here we go. Come on.
Okay, I'm going for new lows.
Where can we even go under this? I have 360. What do I have down here? Oh yeah, 280. There it is. Boom. Let's go, Frankie.
Beautiful.
Boom.
Back
New
this
low of day.
in.
IB by rejection plays out again. 388. There it is. All right.
Yes,
Took
okay,
my trims.
67.30s from 5 to 11.
This
What
thing
the
could drop out another 100 points here. Let's take it all the way to 288.
Oh, XYZ.
I'm out of here.
280. Let's go to
Okay,
280.
guys, tomorrow. Everybody have a good day. Keep your money.
Later,
Cheers.
Joe.
Okay.
Joe.
I guess.
My order just filled on XYZ.
Just take it straight down to 280 here.
Alright.
Well,
Or went under that 380.
I'm looking at 280s, 295s. Tuesdays, Asia low.
Oh, 220 actually. I like 220 even better.
XYZ, I said just give me another little fat red candle. I didn't mean
That's the gap fill, Frank.
it's a ball.
Yep.
Previous all-time high, and then the gap fill. Hold on, let me
XYZ.
extend this thing over. I measured this out this morning.
Hold on, he's at 380.
So what we really want is that gap fill on NDX to finish.
Eva. Yeah.
Filled.
How far is that? It's another 100,
Crash after that.
more than that, 100 and what?
I know, girl.
137 points from right now's low. Let me grab that real fast.
That happens. I'm loading points.
Make sure I have it measured out correctly. 138 points. 209 actually. 209.
Core weave, 106, 7% down.
I'm still gonna go 220 on my left runner.
Someone's not dumping and was holding up since.
Well, I could have held those puts a little bit longer, but it's alright. It's up 200%.
He's always busy.
Calls are
Walmart and
expensive
Apple
still.
holding the market up.
I'm telling you, Apple alone in market cap is so hench.
500 to 1400 on the SPX. Majesty 730 was red right now.
Let's see what the daily buy is.
BK, did SPX just fill the gap?
Where's that SPX gap fill? It is right there. Okay.
We did get the gap fill
But NDX
37,
isn't even there yet.
57, 38. It is officially filled.
NDX is in the middle of this gap fill. NDX has nothing here to bounce off of.
No, it's lower. We'll see 67.
Q's 610.
20, 67, 25, 15, 20 left.
Q's can go to 610 if they really get ugly.
Filled.
Yeah, 610.6. That's gonna be the same spot. Here we go. Here we go. Don't bounce, just go straight there, and then we can probably play a bounce play again.
Filled.
Come on, let's take care of these gaps.
That was the
SPX
lowest.
just gap filled, but we need NDX to get there.
And it still wasn't overextended.
Yeah, negative 647.
That's nothing. The internals are
What a
flipping
beautiful morning, Frankie.
fine. All DQ is approaching it. VIX is ripping closer to 20. Still no overextended tick.
I know Frank was here too. We
I'm here.
called the hell out of this playbook right here. No, I was saying, yeah, you're here. You were seeing the same thing I was. I had a bounce here. I had a reshort at 544 as my playbook. New low, day tick up
It's
the lows.
completely flat.
A beautiful morning.
He came back down and filled this gap.
Where's
I left one. I left one because I think this can go another 100
Where
points right
are
here.
all of my trolls?
They were probably long out of the gate this morning.
No, actually, there's trolls that just troll me and Maple for some odd reason.
300. If you have multiple ways to trim, 300 where that kind of bottomed out the other night.
Okay, that's all.
Wow, what a morning. Let's go, KB. Could we get another little bounce here because of the gap fill on SPX?
Wally World 101.
And you could back test that IB low. What's up, Serenity? Oh, Crypto Cam. Crypto Cam says Uncle Frank.
Hey.
Okay. NDX looks good.
No.
Yes.
Knots, we're going lower.
Oh, don't worry. I'm far.
Go like $1,000 out of money.
No.
Yeah, we broke all the EMAs that I use, and we're under the 20 day.
Accelerate it, SPX.
Let's go ahead and accelerate this thing down.
Accelerate it.
We have lows from yesterday here.
Where are we at in this big picture here?
$450 out of the money though.
It's half back right there as well on SPX.
Yesterday's very lows from Tuesday.
Come on, NDX, fill this gap. Somebody was asking me, so you see this gap that was left to the left over here? This was from Thursday to Friday, about 2 weeks ago, basically. That's the target. We're back testing the all-time high. First back test is the breakout. You may get some short covering here.
This is stupid.
What is this? Right there, wherever we just hit on NDX, right there. I'm not ready to cover yet.
We're very bad flagging on the daily.
I got some putting some bids in down below on calls. If they really get ugly. Let them come to us.
Took the new position on Walmart off the lows. Contracts from 133, pushing close to 160 here. Nice little bounce intraday over 101.
What happened to November being a bullish month? Really, the November bullish is actually at the beginning of the month too, which we kind of did. The whole seasonality thing's been like just thrown to the wind this year. That's my opinion. Seasonality's just been completely thrown to the wind because of the tariff stuff. It, like, just reset everything. I mean, what happened to October for the crypto boys? What were you gonna say, Frank?
You guys there? Hold on.
Yeah. Frank,
So the
Oh, I hear you.
you want to know the cause of this, guys?
what's that?
The government shutdown?
No. Well, that's part of it. The other cause is OpenAI said they want the government to backstop their data centers yesterday, and she used the word backstop, and that's like when you
Yeah,
have that much money at
seasonality's
risk and
thrown
they're
out.
making $1 trillion worth of deals, and they owe all that money. They're saying they want the government to backstop their data centers that they set up. So that spooked the market.
Frank's making a really
It's
good
like
point here.
OpenAI, things aren't looking rosy. There's just a question about it. It'll probably fade, but like there's a definitely red flag. We talked about it last night on Spaces. It's really serious. And special purpose vehicles in Meta, they set up special purpose vehicles which are that separates them from their accounting for these data centers. So like the spend has gotten to the point where it was really positive when they were spending money, and now it's like, oh, they've overspent, or so this could be like the worry part of AI. You know, suddenly everyone's worried about whether they can.
All right. It's already been a great morning. I'm not going to do anything crazy right now, but I'm going to just hold this one little runner. And I didn't really put it on my chart because I like chased into it. It was a breakout trade, which I'm not a fan of to the downside, but I had to.
Got a big financing.
Situations are situational, as they say.
It's a good point, Frank.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
There you go, new lows.
Because this is a little. It's getting panicky. 610 next stop QQQ. If that's where we're. This is what's going on. Down another 3 points.
NVIDIA just broke under 190.
Casey,
We're about to be down 1% on
you still
SPY.
got those full port NVIDIA puts? 85. They're going to hit it.
Frank, you have no idea how much money I've made in the last few days. It's insane. I'm going to get on my private jet later this afternoon.
Real man.
KB, just a reminder that since the clock changed, it is back to normal time.
We'll go to Spark.
That was one weird week. All right, this needs to like roll off the table completely.
We're rolling.
Come
off
down
the
to where
table.
we want it.
Just flush it and get it over with.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the 925 on that. 920 is where game exposure is the heaviest right now.
Apple's still not giving up though.
Apple's always the last candle involved, and this inflates us. People hide in Apple, hide their money. It's a safe place to hide it.
Come on, 100 more points.
Highest volume of the day on NVIDIA right there.
Netflix is really strong. Apple's up over 1%, but like you just heard Frank saying, he's over, talking to Spaces Crew a little bit.
50 lots. Thank you.
Google's still drilling.
Finished 20% on Walmart. Great job. It was a great spot off the lows. Nice work.
Gotta be patient. Patient.
These bounces are so small right now.
Very small bounces.
15.
I'd rather miss it than buy it too early here.
No, the only way I'll buy it is if we fill that NDX gap. This is previous all-time high, but the only way I really want to buy it is this
No, he did
fill
cut
this
out.
gap another 100 points lower.
I mean, you don't want one of those quicksand days where, it just keeps rugging.
Yeah, right?
Microsoft's making a new low now. Amazon's drilling.
Wise.
There's no buying this right now. God, AMD's down 7%.
The Rivian $17 covered calls I sold yesterday are up 55% here.
Wonder if you back test like 380s right here, 400. NVIDIA volume came in on that 190 break. It is previous all-time high though. My next support on NQ, it's right here, right at this low. So 312, that's previous all-time high on NDX right now. The breakout spot, I have 280s, which is where we had made the low the other day. Here, I can take this off. I have 280s, and then the full gap fill. So that's what you have to look at. You have to look at NDX as much.
Yep.
So the full gap fill on NQ is 250.
Workout.
The NDX gap fill is at 210. I just measured that out. And then if it really gets going, your golden retrace is actually going to be down here. Here, I can actually delete this one off, I think. Yeah, I don't think I need that one. Yeah, so yep, that's what I'm doing. We're down right at 1% on SPY. It's nothing. I mean, the confidence in this gap fill that I have makes me want to just hammer on top of this thing, but it would just be irresponsible. I'm already having a really good day. There it goes, new low. Push it. Come on, push it. We should take out yesterday, last night, whatever, night before last, low next. Where was that golden retrace down there? Trump's announcement's coming up at when? 11? 5 minutes? I feel like Microsoft tells the near future. Yeah, Microsoft's been, I mean, it was weak on the way down. It was one of the first ones to come flying back. Look at Microsoft's daily. God, Frank, have you seen this? No, Frankie's on mute over there. This Microsoft daily chart is crazy.
Yeah, Microsoft looks awful.
Did you see that daily?
I saw it. Unbelievable. Ugly.
That's bad. This reminds me a lot of what happened back in February when Microsoft started going down. I don't think it's obviously a much different situation, but that's what it reminds me of. I gotta redraw some stuff here. I'll get back down to that halfback spot. I don't think we're gonna get to the golden retrace today, but crazier things could happen. Shutting down the air travel is a big deal in my opinion. That's a huge hit to the economy, and it's a warning sign to the government to figure shit out. You know, all of this, and there really hasn't been any headlines at all this morning. As soon as that ACA comes in, there's a lot of names that you can flood into for a bounce play. What are some of those? Oscar had a nice report this morning for knots. There we go. Let's see what's green in a down market. IBM green in a down market. I'm still a big fan of IBM. It's one of my favorite AI plays right now. DraftKings, green in a down market, but it's news related. It's all I see. God, crypto's getting murdered. BMNR. Look at this BMNR. Poor Evan. BMNR lost its last support level. Holy shit. Should have held my quantum puts longer. CCX is still doing okay. What's ION? IONQ, they had earnings. I'm trying to get it back. What was the other? Rigetti's the one I really wanted to keep shorting. Oh, Rigetti looks like trash. $2, $3 drop coming. Here we go. The next level, 280. Let's go sweep that. Well, this is going to be one of those days. What a great day. Beautiful day. This day last year was when Bitcoin started going up a lot with the Trump loves Bitcoin narrative after consolidating for 8 months. Not exactly the same thing now, Sparky. Much different today. SPY 670 is the next level. Let me take a look at SPY. Got too many things running on my. Yes, 670.5. Yeah, this area on SPY is definitely Yeah, that's a shelf right there. Fed's bars making some comments now. Guys, make sure you size down. Oh, I have had the wrong mic going this entire time, guys. It was on my camera instead of my headphone. That's much better. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize. All right, I'll take care of that. Send a little message to the living room. Netflix, so Netflix is tariff immune, Dom, for the most part. Netflix has also been just absolutely destroyed. They've had a couple good pieces of news lately, and it's at a very interesting spot. Look at the Netflix daily. Why is my internet just going slow now? Or it's not my internet, it's my computer. Netflix lost at 200, but it's at a really interesting spot here trying to consolidate. Here's my 233 EMA. But yeah, Netflix is tariff immune. I do like this. I do like Netflix. I want to buy more Netflix, honestly, but it's still kind of expensive. But I like it. I would like it a lot more at 1,000. TV's taking the long. See if you get back through 380s. We can target to we can target 250 and 210 on this pop. That's all it gives us. I'm going to be so mad. But if we backtest IB low and reject, if you're long, you probably target IB low at 400 if it gets through previous all-time high here at 360. We see the 21. I'm going to hammer it today. I mean, the EMA 9 is just like the EMA 9 is literally just now catching up. Wrong downtrend. I'm not gonna fight it on the long side. Anything, I want to reshort it. Or add back in, you know what I mean? But KB, if you're long 320, it's a good spot. But I'd be careful here. All right, come on, NQ. 250, fill your gap, and then fill NDX gap at 210. Fill all the gaps. Rod. I'm sorry, Rod. We had to get some of the froth out. It's like when you pour a good draft beer, you know, you get that, like, all that froth at the top. Just gotta get that froth out. What edge full stats can you use now? So, that's a good question. So the IB, here, let me hide these drawings. So the IB, you can look at the IB, and then you can look at the IB extensions. That's a good one. IB by levels or IB extension, and you look for, like right there. There's extension. The first hour's range, half of a standard deviation extension from that is right here at 260. A full extension would be 123. Elf Beauty. I mean, if you want to look at a bad chart, this is a bad chart. Your pattern traders said, oh, it's inverse head and shoulders. The earnings, fundamentals, tariffs, all the above said no, it's not good. Their earnings were not good. Where's earnings hub? I'll show you. I remember looking at this on Stocks on Spaces. So you miss on revenue. Revenue ramped up, and then you miss on a revenue expectation. I didn't read the full. Here's the AI summary. Let's see. Ooh. Started playing in my ear. Organic net sales were down 3%. Adjusted net income down over prior year. Gross margin down. Their guidance was down. Major risks. Like this is all from their transcript. They have major risks. Elevated and volatile China tariffs. Yeah. They don't know what to do. I mean, on the chart, you're going back to 60s. Maybe 73. You're probably going back to 60s, though.
KB, did you stop out or are you going to stay in it? I think we're going lower. I think we're going to fill those gaps. Here's to look at those gaps. I mean, previous all-time high, but you're right in the middle of a gap. It pops back up here. I think you reshort it. Top of the gap. You take it back to the bottom of the gap. That's going to be the easiest trade setup if that happens. Just ride at IB low. So on NQ, if you get 400, you try to short it back down to that 210 I've been talking about. Is it half? Let's see. Here, let me estimate it on NDX. It is, yeah, 307 is basically half gap of NDX's gap on NQ. So sorry, I'm converting all this just because I know most of us are not trading NDX. We're trading NQ based off of NDX. It's been a beautiful morning, though. Oh, IWM new low of day. Everything else kind of looks the same right now. Apple came back in just a little bit. Netflix still really strong. Google's bounce is interesting. Boeing just fell off a cliff again. Meta looks like it may be bear flagging. Nvidia's just stuck right above 190. Amazon just made a new low again. CrowdStrike made a new low. Broadcom's getting a pretty decent bounce. Really slowing down here. Trump speaking yet? Trump's always late. If this turns into a little bear flag here on the 15th. Yeah, look at these upper wicks. Yeah, it's tough. I don't think you can just reshort right here. You have to wait for it to like break under 300 and play the breakout, or you got to wait for it to come back to like 400, 380, 400, maybe even 430s. Maybe right here. I don't know. It's a tough. Sometimes it's just a no trade, right? You don't get quite the pop you want for a short. You don't get quite the I'm cold, guys. Throw my Paper Games jacket on here. What do you think the screener looks like on edge folder day? The gap fill I think was actually bullish, but it did fill on SPX. It didn't fill on Qs. There's a rejection of the 9. Yeah, 75% bearish. This is all the top tech stocks right here, plus buying QQQ. That's how I run my screener. 75% bearish metrics on this. Even if I put on different metrics, this is bad. Yeah, Frozzy, I mean, what's your risk for reward to get short here? Because I mean, if you try to short here, it could pop up to here, stop you out, you could still be right. It could be up here, you could get something like this. Or it could just go ahead and finish. I think it's probably just going to go ahead and finish, but it's consolidating here pretty hard. IWM is about to drop. It's kind of the leader a lot of times directionally, especially when all things are going together. Let's see if anything's about to start rugging on the big names. Microsoft's trying to roll. Meta's bear flag's breaking down. Costco's coming down. A Tesla new low of day. Here you go. Maybe you're starting to roll the dice here again. Still holding in though, like Nvidia, Amazon, kind of a double bottom down there. Meta, I want like $20 lower and I'll start buying it. YM broke. Oh yeah, it did. There goes YM. All right, take Qs with you. Remember the targets, guys. Remember the targets, 250, 210. And then I'm completely out. I don't think Trump's started yet. Come on, take out that previous day's low. But we should roll it off the table here. This is the previous all-time highs I was trying to hold in IndieX. Go fill your gap. Only 100 points lower. How much are we down on SPX? $200. We're spending a lot of time right here. I got to go up and get more sellers if it sits here any longer. Oh, come on. Break this level. Gotta have something else break down with it. There we go. Come on. Flush it. Flush it. Do I need to put the alley-oop guy on my chart? Coming over the top, Zion Williams. Wembley just reaching over people. Whoa. I'm having fun. I don't know if you guys are having fun. I'm having fun. If you trade in Q and you don't chart NDX, I think you're crazy. Come on, drop. Who's holding this up? Frazzy, am I gonna? Is there a stat for breaking this overnight low for yesterday? You can look at previous day's range in Q. Where are we? Hold on. There's the inside bars report too. Tell me we're not going to go on here. This is daily. Goodness gracious. Come on. Give me this. All right, okay. Early entry for comment of the day right here. Early entry for comment of the day right here. This is amazing. Come on, give me 250. We got 280. That's sorry, Frazzy. So previous day's range. This tells you like what's gonna happen. But inside bars, this is one that Andre talks about a lot. Where is it? Inside, right here, inside bars. 77% of the time, you break one side or the other of the previous day. So like right here, here's a big day. Here's an inside day. 77% of the time, wherever you open up inside of the previous day's range, you break. So like you can look at NQ and you can see We opened up within, here's yesterday's range, right? We opened up within it, and you're going 77% of the time you're going to break one side or the other. And I think we just did. Yeah, we just did right there. Did SPY get to 670? 670.5, that's SPY's last gap, isn't it? Can you take me lower? Oh, I did not feel the gap. What it was this. These lows right here. ASTS buyout. I just heard ASTS. Like I said, their targets were 280, 250, 210. You were in a short. I want 250 and 210. 280 wasn't that much lower than where I was originally even in at. Frank, you still around? You doing anything? You try to buy that? ASTS, watch for a bounce here. I'm gonna buy a rumor.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm looking for the next short probably.
Yeah, we just took out previous day's low. We get some short covering here. Previous day's low swap on both assets. That's what I think this is going to be. I think it's going to be people taking profits. Oh, okay. What else do we got going on? Is that a big enough pop for sellers to come in? I don't know. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but when you fall as far as you did, it has to consolidate a little bit before it can really make a move. I mean, you get to previous day's low. You get to targets that shorts are looking for. The shorts are going to buy back their position, right? So maybe it's not like actual buyers coming in, but you've got people buying back their position, getting out. So you're getting a little relief bounce off of that. But what I see is not like I don't see any like healthy buy thing going on. I just see some people getting out. But you are at previous all-time high. So you look left. Previous all-time highs right here. So you may have some people trying to take a shot there. The reason I'm not is because you're in the middle of a gap. Nothing really to go off here other than that little volume shelf. I think you let the gaps fill. You're short, you stay in some runners. You don't really add here. Boeing is announcing a virtual flight training simulator powered by Microsoft and Azure. Any idea what it means when Top Step pauses? What do you mean by they paused? Already locked it out for the day and just requested a payout. Nothing extravagant I did on that account. I mean, they're one of the most lenient on rules. So I don't think they'd pause it for any. The only thing would be, how many payouts have you taken, KB? If it's like your fourth or fifth payout and you've been trading well, they may pause it to move you to live. Or if you're taking a payout, I don't know. There's a few factors. It's 3 on this one. Do you have other XFAs that you're taking payouts on too? Because like if you have multiple XFAs, you get to a certain level of payouts, they can call you up to live. They did that to me and they paused everything. I don't remember it saying pause on mine, but this is a little while back in the spring. It does take several days for them to take you live though. Look, we got the green 15-minute candle that we needed there. It's the first green 15-minute candle. Now we can fall off the cliff. There we go, new lows. Drill it, drill it, drill. Boom! Drill it. Had to reset on that one 15-minute candle. Somebody tell me not to try to long 12. Fill the gap. Fill the gap. Let's go. I started looking around. I was like, wait a second. We got that reset of the 15-minute, 30-minute candles. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of what they say is their general. They can call you up at any time though. You can get to your second payout, and if you're taking out 20K, 40K, like whatever, they can. I mean, I guess they cap it, but if you have that big of a balance, they can move you sooner. I don't want to go live. Yeah, the live account's interesting. Do you trade on Project X or whatever, Top Step X, or do you trade on like Tradify or Ninja, KB? KB, I hope you go to live. That's a huge accomplishment. It's like what 0.1% or something make it to live. Boy, we called this move to the T this morning. Yeah, Project X. Okay, so the live account on Project X or whatever, Top Step X, it's a what do you call it? Like it's like laggy and it's weird. The 10 to 1 conversion goes away too. So if you're used to trading like whatever 15 micros, you won't be able to depending on your account size. And the trimming stuff is really weird. Are you out? I took my last trim at 250 per plan, and I have one little guy left. I added one back in there. I have one little guy left right down here. So per plan, right there. Last one down here. And then we wait and see if it's a bounce. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Yeah, they are taking more people live. I wonder what the failure rate is on live people. Still a hell of an accomplishment. NVIDIA drilling, finish it. Oh, is Bitcoin off a cliff? You look. I didn't even look. I've been so focused on this trade. Oh! Oh, Bitcoin, no! Oh, no! Damn, Bitcoin right off of a cliff. I'll tell you this, I think it's going a lot lower than 100K. That's just my personal opinion. You know, trade your plan, put all your analysis in. I'm telling you, I think I have Bitcoin going to at least 94. I really want Bitcoin down here in the 80s. Come on, fill it. Don't you stop there. Fill it. Almost. Almost there. 222. Nice trade. Did you get it? Come on. Finish that. Mortal Kombat. Finish him. We really stopped like 10, 15 points short? One more swoop down, guys. One more. I guess the daily gap filled right there, but the full gap is not filled. Come on, fill it. Don't even consider longs until this fills. And then you have to watch it. Like if you want to play long, you could play an immediate bounce, but I think you really have to see some type of liquidation reaction or massive buy reaction in a higher low. That's the way I would approach it. What's up, Eva? Trying to fill the last little gaps here. We are absolutely crushing these trades, though. Forbes, KB, everyone. I wish I could keep my eye on Bitcoin. I mean, I could, but I gotta get my screenshots on this too. Come on, one more little shoot down right there. Come on, finish it. SPX 15 points lower to the next full number, 6,700 as well. Keep an eye on that. IWM new low. We're still drilling. I'm not going to buy this immediately. What a day is right, Eva. Took a little hit. Green and some though. Let's go. I'm having a really good day over here. Really good week, honestly. Come on. Do it. Do it. Like 20 more points. Yeah, KV, I'm seeing that too. But I'll wait until it happens. And then you probably trade this back towards like the 21 EMA on the 5 minute. And then you probably get out and maybe reshort it there. I could think of I'm pretty confident what's gonna happen after the bounce. Like a general path. Eva, did you see my Paper Gains jacket on? Love this thing. Microsoft 669. Apple's still green on the day. Netflix still having a good day too. I love this. Still little Paper Gains things. I have the hoodie too. This one was closer to me. I was cold this morning. True Social post. They're just gonna edge me here at this gap fill, aren't they? Oh, sick. I didn't even know I had the limited edition. Let's go. The hoodie's sweet though. No way they leave the rest of that gap, right?
This afternoon, Amp, it's going to go.
Yeah, True Social post from Trump just now. Trump's about to start talking. Pull that up. He's going to talk about the weight loss stuff, but does he say something at the end? it filled the gap like if you just go off of wicks, but the if you go down to like a smaller time frame, it didn't fill it. No. I'll let you guys know when Trump gets going. You got nincompoop on your bingo card for the day. I like that one. Next Tuesday is going to be weird, Frank. Veterans Day, markets open, banks are all closed, bond market's closed. Really a long grind to the upside that day. Trump AI official on X says there will be no federal bailout for AI. Yep. It's a Trump official Wall Street Journal article. Come on, fill this gap. Fill it. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Jamie Dimon's talking too. He's always a bright ray of sunshine, Frank. I've got my last order at 212. 210 is that gap fill. Come on, just shoot it down there. There we go. Perfect. I'm out fully. All gaps have been filled. SPX, this is actually lower because of the drift. This is an old level I had on here. 13 points lower from where we currently are, 40. All right, what a morning.
Hemp, you ending soon?
Yeah.
All right,
We have another conversation. We have the earnings conversation, and we'll be back live. We'll go back live at like 2 p.m. this afternoon on the stream. I think I'm going to go a little bit longer here just to keep watching.
I hear you.
Because I don't want to miss a chance. I mean, that's the gap fills, right? This could be the spot you look long for the rest of the day. Could be. Can be late to this one. SPX could go down another 15 points, maybe 25 points. And I'd be willing to long. I don't hate this spot right here, though. I'm all out of shorts. I'm all out of puts. But I
Yeah,
will
I
tactically
want
look
to see a little
for
bit more of a
longs.
flush. We'll see.
Yeah, it wasn't enough of like a. Well, there's all your gaps filled. Trump starts speaking. Maybe we get something positive. I would not be surprised if they start buying it here. I wish they would have shot it down a little bit harder on that. That's the last level I care about until I really don't want it to go any further. I think you could long and try to go back to like 330s, get to the 21 EMA. Get back over 280. Probably a long here or a long over 280 back to the 335 area. Hey, let's go, Brett. Took a loss 300 last night. We got 900 out of the dump. Green day so far. I'm using the chat for Brent. Sorry, I was looking at a couple other things here. 300 down 300, back up 900. Are you up 600 net, or did you make 900 after you got the loss back? Either way, I mean, that's what it is. The beautiful thing that you did, Brent, was you took a 300. You only took a $300 loss. You didn't take a big loss. You didn't have to dig out of a huge hole. Look, I really think you get back over this level and you shoot up here pretty quickly. You should get a lot of shorts covering on that NDX gap fill. I hear Trump coming live right now. What is Lily? This microphone sucks. If you guys want to listen to Trump, let me know. I can throw it on, but I'm watching this chart for a trade. tariff reprieve on their whatever's going on here is what I just heard. Here, I got you.
Novo Nordisk CEO
Let me know if the volume's good,
Mike
guys.
Dustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator, Commissioner Marty McCary, and Director of Medicare, Chris Plum. And we have Steve here, Head of Public Relations for the White House. He's taking it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's
MVO's flying.
not so good, right? It's not exactly great. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order earlier this year instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nations drug pricing, something that has been helped greatly by tariffs, because when nations refuse to do it, we should have put this in the case yesterday. I just say, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to charge you a like amount of tariffs. And they immediately say, we'll do it, which means that Americans should pay no more than the lowest price offered anywhere in the world. So that you've heard for years the disparity where you'll pay $150 for a pill in New York and you'll pay $10 for a pill in London. Now you're going to pay $20 both, because the world is a little bit bigger than the US, so it goes up that way, but you'll pay $20 and $20. A tremendous advantage to our country after years of being abused by the world system. Already Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and EMD, Serrano, have agreed to drastically lower their prices for American patients, and today Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are joining the phenomenal list of the most exciting announcements. I mean, nobody's ever had announcements like, and this has to do with other pharmaceutical products also. But we're covering this today because it's such a big seller, because it's the #1 selling thing there is today. These are two companies that behind the groundbreaking weight loss drugs that have helped millions of Americans struggling with obesity live better, longer lives, everything else. These are the two companies that really broke ground. Until now, neither of these two popular drugs have been covered by Medicare for weight loss, and they've only rarely been covered by Medicaid. They've often cost consumers more than $1,000 per month, and some a lot more than that. Americans have been spending as much as 520% more for Zepbound and 1,400% more for Wegovy than patients in Europe. Think of that. 1,400% more than a patient in Europe for the exact same box. And that ends starting today. The other countries are not happy with us. I don't think they like me too much, Bobby, but that's okay. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are committing to offer Zepbound and Wegovy at most favored nations rates for American patients. This will slash the cost of Wegovy from $1,350 a month to ultimately $250 a month. $1,350 to $250. Did I do a good job? They don't write about it. You know, they like to not write these things. And reduce. You think Biden could have done this? I don't think so. And reduce the monthly cost of Zepbound from $1,080 to $346. In addition, they're both committing that future GLP-1 weight loss drugs taken orally, which are currently under development, will be sold at no more than $149 per month. It's a massive Think of that. You go from $1,300 to $149 a month. We anticipate these new versions will be coming out in a very short period of time. All of these drugs will be available directly to the consumer at TrumpRx.gov. Trump, they want to use my name. Trump, it better be good. TrumpRx.gov. And I think it's turning out to be pretty amazing, right, Alice? Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And you all remember
Evan, you should join up.
had 1/8 of 1%.
It's gonna run a little bit longer while
okay?
Trump's
1/8,
talking. I think we're gonna get a pop here. Futures are up off the lows.
And
In that long.
1,200%. Nobody's ever said anything like this.
We get back to the. I think
Nobody
we get
else
back
could
to
have
this
done it.
area
I
right
say
here.
that modestly. In addition, you think it was easy dealing with these people? It wasn't. You think it was easy saying your drug, Mr. Eli Lilly, that we're selling for $1,300 is going to be sold for $250. You know the amazing thing, the stocks all went up. I mean, these guys they're fantastic because it's going to equalize the world. The world's a bigger place, and it's going to equalize. I was a little surprised to see that, but I'm happy about it. In addition, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to provide all of their other medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. Most favored nations, meaning that you will pay the lowest price anywhere in the world. That's what you're going to pay. Whereas before they paid low prices and we paid, thousands of percentile ahead more. And to sell these drugs to all consumers at deeply discounted prices via TrumpRx.com. When is TrumpRx.com opening?
The site is open. It will launch in terms of giving people prices before the end of the year.
Okay, got to make sure it's successful. It's got my name on it. I don't want to be like so many others. I don't want to be like the train they're building in California, okay, which has about a 15,000%. Would you say 5 years behind schedule? And about 2,000% over budget. Then he tells us how to run Medicaid. Many of the most widely used drugs will be available for
All right,
60%
you got long.
off, or even more than
There's
that. In
beautiful,
addition,
like
all new
you got long 260
medications
to
introduced
80.
by Eli Lilly and
Nice
Novo
30-point pop.
Nordisk to the American market will be sold at the heavily reduced
Oh no,
most
Spaces got
favored
rugged.
nations price. Most favored nations price, that's the best. Because they have been thousands of percent lower than what we were selling in many cases. Furthermore, Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion. That's all. And Novo Nordisk will invest $10 billion. That's all. That's peanuts. In the United States
What's
to
up, Colin?
reshore, do a big domestic
Good morning.
manufacturing
It's still morning
job. in the
for everyone
facilities
except
they're
the
gonna
market.
spend. So Eli Lilly spent $27 billion. Novo is spending $10 billion in the United States. So they're building
Watch
new
this right here.
plant and equipment. That's part of what will be 20 or 21 trillion dollars this year. There's never been anything like it. I know nobody talks about it, but there's never been anything like I would say you would say that there's never been anything like this ever in whether it's China or Europe, or you could take all of Europe. There's never been anything like this. So we're already past 17 trillion. We're going to be, I think, by the time the year
What do you
closes
think, Colin?
out, we'll
You been
have
hanging out with
investments
Spaces
of
crew?
over $21 trillion based on the way we're going. And by the way, tariffs are very important. Without tariffs, perhaps it could be a little bit different, to put it mildly. Tariffs are so important. The decision in the Supreme Court would be devastating to our country if we got a negative, devastating if we got a negative decision.
Rough day for
But this is a great day for American health and healthcare and for all of American patients. These are things that are miracles to have this happen. And we're bringing all our medicines, again, because of tariffs, we're bringing all our medicines. If you remember where during COVID, we made almost no medicine here. We had to go to China, we had to go to Ireland, we had to go to other places, UK. to get our we didn't make it here. Now we're making it. We'll soon be making it all here again because of tariffs and my election, but because of tariffs much more. For years, politicians have talked about making healthcare affordable, but my administration is actually doing it. Americans deserve the best healthcare in the world, and we're now getting the best healthcare at the lowest price. So I'd like to ask somebody who's doing a fantastic job, Secretary Kennedy, to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Dr. Klop, and then Eli Lilly,
Headline.
CEO David Ricks, and
his partner.
CEO Dustar. These are incredible stars in that business. Like Dustar is a big star. And I can tell you that David Ricks is one of the hottest people in the world in business, but the business that he's in is pharmaceutical. And the job he's done with Eli Lilly is incredible. Both of these gentlemen, they really are stars in the truest sense. And it's an honor to have you in the White House. And go to it, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for declaring war on chronic disease in this country. This is something no American president has ever done.
Right,
if we want to solve the chronic disease crisis, we have to.
I'm sure he's a good guy. He is so tough to listen to.
Obesity is the #1 driver of chronic disease. 50% of our adult population are obese or overweight, and it drives about 50% of healthcare costs in this country. Diabetes, cardiac diseases, we are going to see a decline because of this historic agreement. We're going to see a decline in costs, but also, more importantly, in the afflictions themselves. President Trump is the friend of the forgotten American. Obesity is a disease of poverty, overwhelmingly. And these drugs have only been available for people who have wealth. At one point, the majority of prescriptions, the highest concentration of prescriptions in this country, was the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And what about the people who live in rural areas, who live in food deserts? What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them.
We're not holding, SPX probably going there, KB.
It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change the food culture in this country. They're going to change the kind of food the military gets. They're going to change the kind of food that our children get. We're releasing those in December. The Presidential Council for Physical Fitness is going to get more Americans into, particularly our children, into physical activity so that we can attack the root causes of this. But in the meantime, there's nothing more important than we can do than lower this price. As I said, it is the #1 cost of all drugs. This is the biggest drug in our country. That's why this is the most important of all the MFN announcements we've made. This is going to have the biggest impact on the American people. All Americans, even those who are not on Medicaid and Medicare, are going to be able to get the same price for their drugs, for their GLP drugs. This happened because of the vision of David Ricks, of Mike Dustar, and the other people, and the people on our team who figured out a way to align the interests of the shareholders of their company with the health of the American public. And it is a momentous accomplishment. It took months and months of negotiations. And I had a wonderful conversation with Mike Dustar about his experience. And he thanked me for the caliber of people who are on our side of the negotiating team. Chris Klump, who walked away from $1 billion business in order to join this administration. Inma Hernandez, David Brooks, and of course, Dr. Oz and Marty McGarry, who made this happen. They saw that this could be a win-win situation, that this was not a zero-sum game. The Biden administration tried to solve this problem unsuccessfully, I might add, by throwing $40 billion at it. And they were able to achieve an agreement that will actually create savings for the American public. So we're making all of this available at a savings, and that's because the price of diabetes prescriptions is also going to drop. And the savings that we get from that are now going to make it available to people who do not have diabetes. People who have a BMI of 27 and above, or pre-diabetic, or have heart disease risk, they will be able to get it, but everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose, the American public, because of this agreement, will lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. So it is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country. And I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. He said that I'd gotten a lot done as HHS secretary, but almost none of that is due to my ability. It's because I'm surrounded by people who are smarter than me, who are more able than me, and those people came into the administration because they were inspired by President Trump. People like Chris Klump are here because they see this.
Do you think they are smarter than you?
Yeah. Believe me, they're a lot smarter than I am.
He doesn't really mean that he's being modest.
It is true, unfortunately. But I want to thank you, Mr. President, because you've made me a success here by allowing me to attract these extraordinary people. And I want to again thank David Ricks, who we've been in this Oval Office again and again.
Please retest it.
You keep saying he's the smartest guy in industry, that he could talk a dog off a meat truck. But they came to the table, and Mike Newstar told me, he said,
Convinced people for 20 years that it was okay for Europe to pay $10 and for America to pay $140. That's why they make 45, 50 million a year. He did. Finally, I said, I've had it, right?
You did.
He did. But anybody could do that, and they're entitled. But now it's down to what it should be.
and Mike Newstar told me what a pleasure it was to negotiate with people who were smart, who had common sense, who were able to put themselves in his position and hammer out this deal that is good for everybody. And it's great for the American public. I want to close again by just saying that this is a tool in the toolkit. It is not a silver bullet. It is an arrow in our quiver. It will allow a lot of people who are locked into high-risk obesity to finally lose weight, to reset, and then start doing the kind of things that will address the root causes of obesity. So I want to thank these extraordinary CEOs for sticking with us on this, for allowing us to make this happen. Mike Newstar said to me, he said, we've known we've had to do this for many years. We just haven't been able to get over the edge, and that this President Trump's order, his executive order, was a catalyst to do something that we always knew needed to be done. So again, thank you for your vision, for your commitment, and thank you to all the CEOs and all of my team for making this historic agreement happen.
Bob, you haven't changed your view on Tylenol for women that are pregnant?
No. As I said,
Because there were some false reports out about Tylenol that Bobby changed his view. I don't think he's changed his view.
I'm not going to change until the science changes, and the science does not look like it's changing. It's getting stronger and stronger. Every day we recommend is that mothers, pregnant mothers, talk to their physicians, that the mothers of small kids talk to their physicians, and we've advised the physicians to reduce the thresholds and to reduce the amount of Tylenol that they give to children as much as possible, and only use it when it's absolutely critical.
Thank you.
So we're going to go through some of the deal points, but it does make itself clear that the real stake here is the forgotten man. President Trump, I believe you won the election because you remember the forgotten man. You speak to them, they hear you, they listen to you, and he connects well because he actually does things that materially change their lives. Secretary Kennedy spoke passionately, as he always does, about the problems with obesity. And just to put some very fine point numbers on this, obesity itself is responsible for half of all chronic disease and definitely generates more than a quarter of all the money we spend out of CMS, to $1.75 trillion that we spend annually. We need to address this tempest of dramatically increasing prices for healthcare, and you're not going to do it just by throwing money at the problem. You have to actually literally deal with the causes of the increase in price, and pharmaceutical prices are a part of that. They've been a part of it for a long time, but this president insisted that we address it. In fact, the first time I heard this directly from you, sir, was in January at Mar-a-Lago, where he took Secretary Kennedy, myself, Mr. Ricks, who you'll hear from in a second, to dinner, and demanded explanations for most favored nation pricing and what's wrong with it. And there was not a good reason against it. Now, MAHA is critical. America will have to get fit in order to right-size the healthcare system, and MAHA has the answers. It has obesity management through diet and exercise and sleep and dealing with issues related to that. And I want to say it as clear as I can. Obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs. We're all clear on that. But as Secretary Kennedy said, it is an arrow in our quiver that we must use and should use. The MAHA movement means making it easier for the right things to happen, easier for you to be healthy. If you're sitting at home and watching, that's what MAHA means to me. Reducing costs of the number one most expensive medicine category in our country for Americans does just that. It is as MAHA as it gets. Today's the fourth MFN. President Trump highlighted the first three. Leading U.S. company, leading European company. We've dropped in fertility drugs, so we'll make lots of Trump babies, I'm hoping, by the midterms. But it's really about fairness. Fundamentally, it's fairness in pricing to Americans who have been getting ripped off, paying 3 times more than their European counterparts for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same bottle, in the same packaging. We shouldn't be paying 3 times more, and we are no longer doing that. Fairness to the forgotten man also means dealing with the reality that they can afford a life-saving, life-changing drug that 10% or more of affluent Americans take, but folks without means can't manage it. Secretary Kennedy mentioned New York City. Actually, the number one zip code is the Upper East Side, which is where you have property. And folks who know ritzy areas buy important real estate there because those real estate properties are worth a lot there. That should not be the number one zip code in America for purchasing GLP-1 drugs. It speaks to the fact that we have an innately unfair system that penalizes folks who can use these medications the most, folks in the Rust Belt. Now, what are you supposed to do if the right thing to do for your health is right there, but you can't afford to get it? Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications, and being fair about its distribution is essential. And we are democratizing access to these medications and dealing with a moral imperative to make sure that all Americans have access to avoiding all the obesity-related complications by making sure they can afford, if they do things right, not just MAHA-appropriate interventions, but also medications like this. In fact, we think these deals, and this part's very important, we believe these deals within 2 years, by the time the ink dries on these contracts that were signed earlier today, within 2 years, based on our health improvements, we will be budget neutral. These drugs will not cost us money. The American taxpayers will be getting their money back. That's how important it is for us to reduce the costs of healthcare in this country, especially when it's due to preventable problems like obesity. In addition, we have an update, Secretary Kennedy. We thought it was 125 million pounds. Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 million pounds by the midterms. But I don't measure it in pounds.
Super Tim here.
Save lives. People can sleep.
Guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
Folks whose
Give it a like while you're there.
Support
us doing this for you guys. Appreciate all of you hanging out with us.
This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have
hanging
the
out
right
with you.
tools.
Good job, buddy.
The ability with a team that
Appreciate you. I want to long this right here, Frank.
He leads. He's in the back right there. He leads the CMS Innovation Center. It made the deal possible.
It's either here or when SPX at 6,700, but I really want to try along.
Vulnerable populations amongst us these medications. The forgotten man
Your
will be able to
610 get
afford
hit,
these
Frank,
drugs
on
now.
QQQ.
Governors will be thanking President Trump. They should be calling directly, sir, because they're going to be able to afford Medicaid next year
What's that, Ed?
in ways unimaginable, and they will stop crowding out education and other civil services. We cannot be
Your 610 target hit.
That's why today's
Yeah.
MFN deal is a historic
QQQ.
step forward for all America. And this is something that I don't think is partisan. There is no
And it's
way
not
you can argue
reactive.
against
There's
what
no
has
real
happened.
bounce. It's
These
going to
numbers
be
to my side here.
a roller.
Which is,
We'll see. Around the
Administrator
bounces.
McCary, who's been
Yeah, I
instrumental
don't.
on this
I would
process
rather
as
see
well.
it like
$1,350
flush down
baseline.
SPX
Chris Trump
6700, maybe
numbers, but just focus on
wick
that
into
45, which is what he's
like
going to point you
really
to.
ugly
Chris
down there.
Trump's
That
been
would
an
buy.
unbelievable leader,
Right.
an
But I
innovator
think you
who's
could get a
earned
little
his
double
name before he's
bottom
spoken here
bounce
before, but
type
he
of
is continuing
situation
to
here,
change,
right on that gap,
the
though.
face of CMS, and I love the fact that with
Tough
his
call.
leadership, we're bringing a lot of
I'm gonna be
wonderful people
patient.
in. Inma Hernandez has been mentioned, John Brooks as well, and many
Somebody said
others,
NVIDIA just
including
filled a
Beth
gap,
Kelly,
too, on the daily.
who runs the legal issues around these issues, because these guys are barracudas, Mr. President. They will take you down, slice you in little bits. And that Howard's been there. It's no longer happening. You've got sharp folks. We're open for business. It's a generational opportunity to serve, and people are showing up. God bless you. Let me introduce now Chris Klump, who is just makes my life easier every day. I'm so proud of him.
All great deals are rooted in principles. We've talked about this before, and today we're announcing another truly great deal. I love this deal, and it's rooted in the principle of potential. This is about unlocking the full potential of every American, the grandmother, the grandfather, the father, the son, by unlocking access to affordable life-saving medications that make a meaningful difference in their lives when they need them most. That's what today delivers. It's a deal built on principle for people, for the American people, and backed by policy that works. So the most important step to getting healthy is believing that your life has value, that God meant for each of us to have purpose and joy and to live fully. And to do that, we must be good stewards of our body. And the president has been fighting to provide another tool to do just this and enable this. And it's my pleasure to get to outline the contours of the deal today. So first and foremost, customary with the three prior announcements, all of the customary most favored nation terms that you've grown familiar with apply to these two deals. So this is actually deals 4 and 5.
A couple names trying to get off their back. NVIDIA's still not quite coming off its back, but it is on the gap fill. I just checked the
shared
daily.
savings from existing drug prices.
Amazon, some of these other ones are starting to try to
in
bounce
Europe,
a little bit, get above some
deployed back
EMAs.
to the United States. All primary care drugs at
It's
U.S.
early.
net
Still a lot of
prices
time left.
or most favored nation prices available on Trump RX before the end of the year. And most importantly, all future drug launches across commercial, Medicaid, Medicare, and the cash markets at most favored nation prices going forward. Now, GLP-1s. So first, under this agreement, starting doses of oral GLP-1s will cost just $149 a month for everyone. That's roughly 1/8 the cost of the list price today. For Medicare, manufacturers are voluntarily reducing their prices for GLP-1s currently used for diabetes and other covered indications to $245 per month across all doses. The savings generated from this change in prices will be used to provide new coverage to obesity and those who struggle with obesity and also have high metabolic or cardiovascular risk. Again, all for the same $245 a month. That means Americans struggling with diabetes and obesity, with heart disease, or other chronic conditions can access these life-changing drugs more affordably. Medicare patients, importantly, will only pay $50 a month for a copay. This is a massive reduction from what happens today. For Medicaid, Novo and Lilly have agreed to extend the same new low government pricing to all 50 state Medicaid programs should they opt in. And we encourage them to opt in. And these will be available not just for diabetes and current covered indications, but also for obesity again. And in case you're getting tired of me saying it, at the same price of $245 a month, all covered doses. On Trump RX, the average price of injectables and orals will start at $350 on average. That's compared to roughly $500 today. And that will trend down to, you guessed it, the same $245 a month over the next 24 months. That is 1/5 of the list price. It is 1/2 of the best price in the United States today. We're hoping, Mr. President, that your friend who has to travel to England to afford these drugs will no longer need to do so and can come and do it in the United States. I'll also just mention that the $149 is $1 less than what you asked us to achieve. Just gonna make sure that's clear. So I want to highlight two other really important points that make me love this deal so very much. First, this isn't about spending more, it's about spending smarter. The savings from the diabetes drug price reductions are being used in a cost-neutral way to fund the new indications for taxpayers. That's amazing, and that happens inside of that same 24-month period. It's cost-neutral. We're spending the money more wisely. But second, this isn't just about lower drug prices for Americans, though it does do that, but together with physical activity, with healthy eating and diet, and where appropriate, the use of breakthrough GLP-1s, the real return on investment is healthier Americans, lower chronic disease, lower costs, we estimate by tens of billions of dollars a year, and most importantly, higher productivity. Today is about freeing Americans from the weight, literally and figuratively, that holds us back. It's about unlocking the potential of every citizen.
That was a good pun.
Fully, to contribute
Free us
fully,
from the weight that
and
holds
to
us
find
back.
joy in their health. We cannot reach
that
our
one.
full potential as a nation if we do not reach our full potential as individuals. And we cannot reach our full potential as individuals if we are not healthy. Thanks to Nova and Lily for showing up so constructively over the last several months to make this possible. In particular, thanks to you, Mr. President, for again demonstrating that you fight for every American, this time for potential. It's now my sincere pleasure to first introduce Dave Ricks from Lilly and then Mike Dusta from Nova.
Lily and Nova
Chris.
both there at the White House.
It's
There's
truly
two
an honor
triggers.
to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, oh, are you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Whoa, this dude just passed out. Holy shit, this guy just passed out.
Let's take a break. Yeah.
Uh-oh. You guys see that? Dude just passed out. He was like standing off to the side of Trump. He just passed out. Oh my God. Somebody said he took a GLP-1. Oh no. No, no. Bro, what? Dude just passed out.
Who passed out? The guy that was speaking?
No, it was the guy beside him.
These are
Sure.
For showing up so.
It's the guy right next to, right to the left of the bald guy here.
In particular, thanks to you, Mr. President.
Watch the left
for
side of the
again
screen right here.
Demonstrating that you fight for every American, this time for potential.
This
It's
guy.
now my sincere
No, it's this old
pleasure
guy.
to
It's
first
this old guy right
introduce
here.
Ricks from Lilly and then Mike Dusta from Nova.
That's a good question.
This old guy right here
Thank
passed
you,
out.
Chris. It's truly an honor to
God, I
be
hope
here
he's
today.
okay. Just right
for
to
this
the left of the
historic step
screen
forward
here.
to expand access to a class of medications.
Trump
that
was
can
like, I was about to
fundamentally
drop some
change the
bombs
arc
right now.
of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the
I don't know which guy.
incretin or
This guy's
GLP-1
from Eli
agonists
Lilly.
that we've been speaking
I don't know
about.
which guy that is, Frank.
Are
For
you
nearly
running it
150
back?
years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. These are the incretin. These are the fundamentally be here today.
Lilly and then Mike Dusta.
This guy right here.
Great. Thank you, Chris. It's truly an honor to be here today.
Yeah, Rave on to the great.
Dr. Oz?
If we are not healthy.
Who was it?
And then Mike Dusta from Nova.
No, it's not Dr. Oz. It's this guy. Right here.
Said he makes more money doing selling like
I don't know who that is.
shit like that, premium.
For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly,
Watch
has
the
been
left side of the
investing in
screen over here.
America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs.
I think he
But
said the
today,
name. Right there. There he goes.
You okay? Gordon, you okay?
Gordon?
I know it's you're one of them.
Yeah.
It's a video of summer games.
Oh my God. Hope he's
Take a
okay.
break.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's probably, this happens a lot of times. You stand there, your knees locked out. I've seen it happen a lot of times. So I hope that's all that it was. All right, let me go back to the charts over here. Pretty wild stuff there, though. All right, well. Gordon, somebody, that's crazy. Look, we made a marginally lower low, but we're still holding that gap area. We haven't touched this 21 all day, though. That's probably the short, Frank. Hate to say it.
Short it
280.
again.
Yeah, it keeps rejecting. You see these upper wicks are all right on the previous night's low. The Tuesday overnight, that like real big flush down, that's the low we keep rejecting. We need like a higher low or something, or a full reclaim and back test of that. Close some candles over it. Then you got to go get back to 360, which is previous all-time high. That area, that's still a problem too. 15-minute doesn't look much better yet. On, pop it back over that 280.
Trying to get short.
Good for you, man. You helped out.
I think it's gonna run back up, Frank.
Okay, you're long.
No, I really want to be. I don't. I think it's gonna get some relief here,
Where I think directions is going to go and how.
but it may have to go down one more time first.
Field.
What do we have to do for you
Do you guys have like
Can you send us a DM or what?
real quick? Do you have like motivations like top?
Yeah, I didn't see that in your Substack, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to write the Substack anymore. Field.
I don't like that the guy just fainted on national TV or not national TV, on a national broadcast, and we didn't finish hearing from Trump. I think you're going to shoot to 300 here. That's the first touch of the 21 all day, Frank. You probably fade it. First touch of the 21 literally since before pre-market. But I don't like that we're holding that low because that's the last gap fill. What do you do? I mean, look, here's the gap drawn. Held it twice and you're pushing back off of it. Maybe you go to this previous time high here. You just 21 though for the first time all day. It just feels like it could like slingshot back up first, Frank, like pretty hard, and then roll back over. '21 on the 5 minute, David. right here. This yellow line, you see it on both my charts right here. Right there. That's the first touch of this since pre-market. So if you like shoot through this and get a big upper wick, I don't know, I'm more inclined to be on the long side here back to like 360s. Jordan, I like this question. It's a good question. What you can do, so like, here, let me just show it here. So, for example, any EMA or SMA, what you can do is you can go down here to time frame, and you can leave it on chart, or you can put it on a certain time frame. So you can like lock it to 1 day right here. So like on any EMA or SMA, if you just go to inputs and you go to this time frame, you can lock the EMA to either the chart as the default, but you can lock it to a time frame. So if you want to lock it to like 1 day, you can do that right there. What's the 30? Oh, I hadn't looked at the 30-minute. The 15-minute looks decent. 30-minute kind of inverted hammer morning star look. Looks good for a pop to 360 in my opinion. Yeah. I think you're going to get a run to 360 here, maybe 380. If this puts in the like shooting star candle though, that's where you got to watch out for the fade. The real buy is probably a back test of 280. But I really think the low could be in. What NQ gap? There's an NQ gap? Which one are you talking about, Tommy? I have every gap filled on IndieX. I have every gap filled on SPX. It may look like nothing. It can overshoot with VIX up here. This can overshoot. This candle closes back under 300. It could be trouble for longs if you're long. 4 hour. Which? Oh, you're talking about like this. Well, I don't know which gap you're talking about. You're talking about over here? Let's see, where did we come down to? Come down to here. Oh, you're talking about this fair value gap right here? This little fair value gap? Okay, let me do this real fast. Oh, it's so tiny. Is that the little gap you're talking about? The fair value gap right there, Tommy? Yeah, right here. I'm not that worried about that one. I mean, it tapped into it, right? Like a Jordy's model, that would be a tap into liquidity sweep. Get a nice little bounce here. This looks like a nice bottom. Three 330, 340 to 360, 380. Yeah, I think you can be long. I think you get a higher low. There's a lot of volume coming in too now. I see on QQQ, all of like Nvidia filled its gap. It's pushing back up. Microsoft's doing nothing, but I see a lot of names curling back up. Google's back over VWAP, been riding the EMAs up. Broadcom's back over VWAP. CrowdStrike just ripped like crazy the last 15 minutes. Meta's trying to stay over VWAP in the EMAs. Microsoft weak. Amazon not to VWAP, but over its EMAs as well. NVIDIA trying to get over the 21. It's probably the weakest one today. There's rising volume on this push too. We need another candle or two to confirm that because it could be sell volume here, but we're good on that. $200, 280 or 300 or you're back tested by. If it gives it to you. Should have taken some calls down there, Frank. EOSC. Yeah, EOSC, they had earnings yesterday, right? And some of those names are just kind of to the market. I'm still on let me get a 15-minute chart. That's a nice little move there. EOSC, big run up. The earnings were kind of wild. Big run up this morning, dipped, filled the gap, and pushed on the daily. I like that. I like that from a chart perspective intraday the last couple days. Look, NDX, do we shoot back up to the top of this gap fill, right? It'd be a nice little 200-point trade. Anybody got in down there? Oh, send it. No way this does a V bottom, right? It's a little too messy for that. GM, yeah, that's more of a miss, but positive. Yeah, well, that's why like you can't just look at the numbers, right? You have to listen to the conference call. You have to know the story. You have to know what they're working on, what they're doing. I want to say they're essentially a pre-revenue company. Good, a great time to buy through social posts would be just so clutch right now. What did we hit? 350 almost. There's a lot of time left in today, by the way. Just wick up to 360. Previous all-time high 360 right there. It looks like you're just going to traverse the gap right back across on NDX though. Fill the gap to the bottom, push right back to the top, which is IV low. Convert that to NQ. It's 404. I don't know, chat. Are we calling today perfectly? Is it? I mean, are we literally just predicting the market perfectly today? It should, but it should reject probably right here and come back and give us another chance. The easiest path would be reject 360, come back and hold something 300, maybe 280 at the worst. But if it flies through 360, 380, it's 400, 430 easily. Should have bought calls down there when I mentioned it. What's AMD doing? Oh, AMD getting back into IV low. What's AMD look like on the daily now? It was way too expensive. Oh, okay. Forgot I was on a 4-hour. Only one EMA in a bull market. Interesting. What is my X account? Here, let me throw both of them right here on the screen for you guys. Screen name is Ryan or Imp at Imp Maximiliano, Emperador Maximiliano. Frank's is right there too. Make sure you guys follow Frank while you're over there hanging out with me this morning. SPX, yeah, probably back to 6750. That makes the most sense. Tony, it's kind of crazy. And it's not just me. I mean, it's all of us, right? It played out exactly how I wanted it to play out today. Pretty beautiful, honestly. But I mean, several of you guys in the chat were kind of seeing the same thing. That's what I like to see as a group here. 100% win rate today. Let's go. Learned a lot, profited. Let's go. W's for that. W's in the chat for that. Wow. 7 accounts too, Tommy. 6 of them funded. Let's go. I trade 4 funded accounts right now. That's kind of been my sweet spot. I copy trade 2 of them, and then the other 2 I trade on their own. Any interest in Meta? I am interested in Meta, but it's right between kind of levels where I want it. I really want it probably 600. It did tap into this daily, so Jordan's probably looking at this as a tap into this daily gap as a possible sweep. I mean, things are straight down on Meta. You should get some relief soon. It's still a little expensive. I would buy a lot more Meta at 600. I don't mind buying it here. It's a tough call. Like maybe you could buy just a little bit of Meta on that daily tap in here. Probably just add just a little bit to Meta here. Probably not a bad idea. A little equity. All right, so we're getting stuffed. This is that previous all-time high, and you see all the selling pressure earlier here. Matches here. Wouldn't be surprised to see it come back down. This looks a little bit different than normal. Once you get a trend down day, this looks like a nice we're gonna come. Just enough stars are aligning on this. See if you can get back to VWAP and then see what happens. VWAP on QQQ and NQ much lower. VWAP on QQQ is about in this area, 420s, 425 on NQ. On SPY, it's a little bit higher. It's up here. It's about the same as the actual VWAP there, from what I'm seeing. Well, it's a little bit lower. It's right here, 770s. But yeah, you're probably going back to this area, 6750 TX. Bing bong, let's go. Yeah, like we can predict price action, but what we have to do is we have to, you draw out a thesis of where you think price is going to go, and then you use price action to react and act on it, right? What's Tesla doing, guys? We looked at Tesla. All right, here comes that little pullback. Tesla, look at that 435. Right off that level that I've drawn there still from the other day. Tesla wicking down to 435, kind of a key level there. And it's back above the daily 20, the 21 EMA. It's either 300 or 280 that I think needs to hold. This is a normal pullback though after that rip. Yeah, well, we only got 29 likes. We're in here printing money, guys. I like it. All right, this is where you want to see it hold. Pump up those legs for me. Yeah, Elf took an absolute beating today. All right, so this is your back test. This is what you want to hold. Even if it gets a bottom wick and the candle closes back above, that's what you want to see. If it just tanks here, oof. Right here. All right, if you put in a bottom wick and keep this candle above, if you get a bottom wick on this candle, I think your reversal plays in. If it shoots lower than this and closes under this, you're cooked. Guys, if you are trading prop firms, make sure you use code WOLF. Whatever your favorite prop firm is. We have several listed there. Alpha Futures, Tradify, one of the ones that I use. EliteTraderFunding, Top One Trader. We're working on getting some more. If you use Apex, which is the most economical option for a lot of people, however you feel about Apex, if you use Apex, WolfX gets you that best discount over there. So WolfX at Apex, Wolf everywhere else. There's also a link in the description over on our YouTube. You click on that link down there. There's 30% off growth accounts, which is what I trade with Tradify. 30% off right now with code WOLF over at Tradify. Really want to see a bottom wick here, or it's cooked. This is why I didn't chase into the long. You gotta have a backtest confirmation. We lose this, SPX is definitely going to 6,700. What if SPX goes to 6,700? Hold on. Only other what if, you get bought up right now, bottom wick, or SPX goes to 6,700, NQ holds the same level. Divergence on the low, SMT, you come back up. Otherwise, it's absolutely cooked. Oh, let's go. Drop to follow. Okay, I see you. I see you. Margin Call Cafe. I like that name. Margin Call Cafe. Out in Manhattan? A little Manhattan man. Next time I'm in Manhattan, we got to meet up. I went back in July. I'm sure I'll be back to some more events up there in the city. Next time I'm in Manhattan, we'll have to meet up. I had dinner with Frank when I was up there last time. It was a good time. Met up with some other traders. All you guys just share profits and not losses. What do you want me to share? You want me to share my calendar? Oh, it's getting a little dicey. Little dicey down here. All right, I'm catching up with the chat. You guys are blowing up the chat. Let's go. Get back down here. Yeah, oh no. That is, that is an interesting point. C700 is looking like a magnet. I really want to start doing more like trader meetup stuff as I travel. If I spend like an extra day or extra afternoon somewhere, and like obviously I have a newborn right now, so like traveling is a little bit tougher for me. But as the kids get a little bit older, I'll be traveling a lot more for events and stuff. And I want to start doing a lot more trader meetups. So we all do, like the whole Wolf crew. All right, we did not get that bottom wick candle buy up, by the way. Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good. SPX 6,700 looks inbound here. This could be just a trend down all day then, the way that turned around quick. Golly. Started to look good though. What was so weak during that pop? Yeah, me and KC, we get mixed up a lot on the voices. KC joins us this afternoon. We have another stream coming up. I stayed longer. I stayed live on this way longer just because the market was so exciting. We had stuff going on. So here in like, I don't know, here shortly, I'm gonna have to close this one out because we have a different link for this afternoon. We're gonna bring on the full crew, Jordan, myself, Evan. I think KC will maybe coming on. We have Fausto coming on again today. Talk about some of his trades and his trading method. We'll see. What else do we have this afternoon? I think that's it. I think we're just live trading all the way through the close. We have earnings this afternoon too, right? Airbnb, TTD. I saw somebody in the chat type in TTD earlier. Sorry, the market was moving a little bit. TTD. I mean, what in the world do you do with this chart? It looks gross. Like TTD came down lower, I would take a shot at it. You could probably long off of 40.42, but boy, that's tough. What are they trading at? 26 PE, 8 price to sell. It's not terrible. It's not like overvalued anymore. Yep, I'm still here. I'll be pushing back out of that soon. David, Merida. Ooh. I may have to see if I can figure something out, maybe for a weekend or something. David, that'd be sweet. I do know in January I'm going to like Tennessee. In December, or I guess in a month or so in December, I'm going to Puerto Rico. And I have to go to Tennessee with some of the crew in January. And I think March I have to go back to Puerto Rico, but I could probably get a weekend away somewhere in there. Maybe in February I can get maybe early February, can go over to Merida. That'd be sick, actually. Where in Tennessee? We're going to, it's actually a bachelor's party that I'm going to. I don't know how much other details have been shared, but it's a bachelor party that I'm going to. It is. I have to fly into Knoxville. It's over in the Smoky Mountains. It's not like Chattanooga, but it's in that area. Yeah, it's actually probably close to you, Brett. Hold on, Brett, do you have me on X? Give me a DM on my X account. I'll let you know because I'm flying into Knoxville. I don't think we're going to Chattanooga though. I think we're going to like it's over in the. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's close to Gatlinburg, honestly. I think it's the other direction from you. But I am flying into Knoxville because it's the only airport nearby. It was either that or fly to Arkansas and drive, and I didn't really want to do that. Pigeon Forge. I think it's near that area. Dude, do they hold these lows again? Colin is cracking me up.
A little here. I'm selling some. They gonna hold it or what?
I don't know. What if it just back tests that 680 and gets slapped, Frank? I can't get involved here, and I'm having a hell of a day. I just sent you a text, Frank.
Nice.
Hell of a day over here.
Nice. That's great. Yeah, you're watching.
Hey, Colin, I can't put that one on now. I can't hide that one. Oh, your hometown's Knoxville? Dude, that whole area of Tennessee is absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful.
I love that area. I mean, I'm a big fan of Nashville as far as big cities goes. Nashville is probably one of my favorite big cities in the whole country.
I'm talking to a client this afternoon from Knoxville. Beautiful home.
Yeah, Knoxville is beautiful. That area, all the way, I mean, down to Chattanooga, over to Gatlinburg, the Smoky Mountains. There's a lake over there that I remember going to in that same area. Kind of where they were talking Pigeon Forge, maybe it's Sevierville or something like that. There's a beautiful, beautiful, this could be your short, Frank. Maybe one more candle higher.
I'm long 2 lots at 28. I'm just going to get stopped out or see if it holds here. It makes another run up and then rolls over again. I don't know. Doesn't act well, though. I'd like to see it just break.
I'm not talking about Nashville, Arkansas, by the way. There is a Nashville, Arkansas, too. I'm talking about Nashville, Tennessee, obviously. But see, I could fly to Arkansas and go home visit my parents, jump in a car and drive, but it's like a 7-hour drive or so. I'd rather just fly directly into Knoxville.
Backstop request. So I want to see how that plays out.
But that came out as debunked. That's been debunked already.
Debunked or not, they just asked. They went out and did damage control. They said something and then went out to do damage control.
Before Plano, yeah. Dude, it's wild. Plano and Frisco have absolutely, and McKinney, that whole area of Dallas has absolutely blown up in the last, 15, 20 years? I remember going to Plano like 20 years ago. I remember going to Plano and it was like there was nothing between. Like, and then now there's like whole highways that are just full of everything all the way out there.
Low end, from
DFW.
categories, multiple different.
Oh, Nashville's not a big city to you?
Spoke to it, or the data spoke to it. Today's example was CarMax.
What's the cutoff for a big city? Does that have to have 1 million people to be a big city?
Really bad expectations. It had already kind of.
I mean, no, it's not Houston. No, it's not Houston.
It came in short of that, so there was a further deceleration from the 6.3% that was expected.
The other thing with Nashville, though, is Nashville's so spread out. So you have a ton of like, I mean, Murfreesboro is not far away. Franklin, Brentwood, like all those areas too. Or
two sides.
I mean, it's all Nashville metro. You know, all your rich country music stars. All right, see if you put on a bear flag here, Frank.
Franklin's beautiful.
Yeah, that's where I have some friends back in college that were from over there, and that's the.
I spent the
where all
summer
the
of 21 in Franklin. 22, summer of 22. I spent in Franklin. It's great.
The field.
Yeah, I'm flat. I dumped that small long. Made a couple $100.
If you're gonna reshort, you reshort right there against 280.
People not getting checks that they are accustomed to. So I think that stuff's important to pay attention to. But I also think that positioning was tilted one way.
But yeah, Tennessee's a great place. 3. Arkansas is the best state, obviously. Tennessee and Texas. 2A and 2B, whatever.
Stories that you kind of cling on to. So one of them, and I don't know if Kameen's going to be on here or not, but
Midwest, I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree on Midwest. Dad, you lived in Franklin? Franklin's nice. I like Franklin. Ooh, pioneering family. Yeah, my family originally started my hometown in Arkansas. All the way back there. Came from Philly originally. How about that, Frank? Great-great-great-grandfather, Quaker from Philadelphia, founded my hometown. I've ever sent you a picture of him, Ralph? I'll send you a picture. You'll laugh. Ooh. Are they going to shoot this back through, Frank? No way. Wait, is that your short? 280? Oh. Yeah, Texas and Tennessee both have no state income tax. That's why they're so popular. The athletes really love it too. Obviously, Florida, I think, is on that list. I don't know how many others. Those are the three that I'm most aware of. But the property tax, they get it from one way or another. So people hear that, and it all depends on your situation. If this goes back over, Frank, I don't know. Or does it just go sideways the rest of the day down here? Yeah, some places they do higher sales tax. Some people they do higher property taxes. I remember like when I lived in Fort Worth, the property taxes in Fort Worth are like 3-4 times what they are in Arkansas. So like what you save on the state income tax, you pay in property tax. The Titans suck. Titans do suck. They're building a brand new stadium. Get the Predators, I guess. Wow. This could be a long. Somebody tell me not to buy the pullback on this. Right. I may have to hit this lockout button, otherwise I'm gonna repush it. Damn it. All right. At least I didn't try to short this back test and get ran over, because I know Rizzo tried it. I don't blame him for trying it, but oof. Probably should lock out. I think this is. I think you got a higher low here. If you can do some type of trajectory like this, that's what looks good for the rest of the day to me. I think you're. What were we down at the low, Frank? Was that 2%? Yeah, it was exactly 2% at the low of day. Look at this 15-minute candle. This thing's gone. Next big wick down, I may buy it. This is the previous all-time high right here. Dude, somebody's trying to buy this thing back over. Or I just get some options. EQQ. $618 calls maybe? $474 on SPY maybe? Take them for tomorrow. 335. I think I am going to do some QQQ call lottos. $18 for tomorrow. Do that, and let's do space 674 for tomorrow. All right. Well, it gives me some skin in the game.
Understand how the house thing's gonna fix itself unless you get some sort of.
All right. All right, guys.
Yeah.
What's going on there, Em?
I just picked up some calls for tomorrow. I'm just 618 QQQ, 674 SPY. A couple of lotto tickets, so some skin in the game on this. I really want to buy a wick down. If it can drop like 20 points lower, I think I'll buy it. On the futures too. If you get a wick down to like 310, 305, maybe. Looks like we're coming out of this. So it looked like while ago too, but doing it twice makes me feel a little bit more confident. I think this thing flies back. I think it does. $360 is kind of my line in the sand. All right, guys. I'm going to take a 30-minute break, and we're going to go live again right here on Wolf Financial. I'm sorry, on the Wolf Trading channel. If you're watching on Edgeful, appreciate you tuning in. Went a little bit longer today, but I think it was good. I don't know, a lot of you guys in here. Take a little 30-minute break here. There's an earnings chat going on over on Spaces. I'm just going to get me some breakfast and reset. We'll get the link out. We'll have the afternoon trading going in about 30 minutes or so. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you turn on the notification, there's actually a if you go to the Wolf Trading page, you can hit notify me. It's already scheduled for about 30 minutes from now. All right, so I'm gonna get some food in me, and we'll we'll be back. Frank, I'll send you a link as well. We'll see what the back half of this day looks like. There's my thoughts. Appreciate everyone. We'll see you guys. In half an hour.